So this is a deck that I drafted last night that I think I'm 2-0 with currently. I think it's a very good example of um, what I'm trying to do with blue in this format. The catapult's been medium. I think I'm going to cut it for another flick a coin to have more enablers for bargain. So even though this was drafted off stream, I'm going to play it now, get in the right get some um, demonstration with the with a good version of the deck that I'm going to be talking about on the podcast. I'm also finishing lunch. I've started almost all of my games with Evolving Wilds for planes in this deck. Yep. Hey, Fleet Fox. So this game is already basically over. Um, Hard to know without knowing exactly what you're drafting, Rob. Um, Obviously, what you're seeing right now is an example of extremely high deck velocity. Um, so there's certainly the ability to have that if that's what you're looking for. Ever it? Honestly, Rob, your problem might be that you're not playing enough colors if you've actually been two color all of those. I do, Iriser. This is the only format um, I can remember where on 17 lands, decks with more colors outperform decks with fewer colors in aggregate. And like, that says a lot. It's extremely hard for decks with more colors to outperform because your fewer colors when the draft is going well and you're just getting past stuff that's in the colors that you started. And so even if it's a format where you're like supposed to play more colors, the stats for two color decks are still usually going to be better because it just means that the person is in an open lane. I think a lot of it is because of adventures. I don't remember it being the case for DMU, but I might have missed it now. I don't tend to like study the numbers for decks with more colors very closely. I think this deck is the best deck I've had in this format, which is noteworthy given that it has no rares. Like, not a single one. Very well, Kill Vandal. The adventure gets used most of the time. gonna have to discard if I do this. So I can play this to block the 2/2 rat. Or I could like flick a coin face to threadbind click the charmed clothier. I think I want to just get this down. Take the 4. But I don't think they would attack with the rat. If they attack with the rat, I'll just flick a coin them after blocking. That's fine. I think I just torch the rat to take 1 less damage here. Or well, like 2 less ultimately. Oh, right, that was a noble roll, not a wicked roll. The wicked roll's here. They're getting me low, but I think they're going to be out of gas. And that should seal it up. Do I have to worry about decking myself? 14 cards? Not yet. Certainly not explicitly pen trick. As far as like mind game stuff, nothing that I like explicitly remember offhand. I think I do a lot of that stuff, but it's all like subtle and basically second nature. Well, no, I should probably save this in case they have something that matters. Huh, my mouse just started being like kind of jumpy. I haven't, young chunk. So I think I Fey Court here, and I don't intend to ever use this hatching plans. Velvet. This does not matter. But I also think they're like deterministically dead if I counter it. I counter that. I sack the treasure to Tome Seeker to get back the counter spell, counter whatever they do, and they're dead. So for anyone who missed it earlier, this is my deck. This was a 3-0 and best of 3, no rares, a lot of good uncommons. Mostly like 3 Threadbind clicks and 2 Hatching Plans and 2 Tome Seekers were the part of this that might be hard to replicate. Also, like 3 Torch the Towers was huge. However, Torch the Tower is basically interchangeable with Kellen's Lightblade and Candy Grapple. Um, Flick a Coin was very good, but can be replaced with like other reasonable bargain enablers. Um, and I can't imagine that having some good rares would hurt a deck like this. So this is a really good example of a blueprint for like the blue control decks that I'm going to be talking about later in the podcast today. This was 9 creatures. The biggest concern with this deck was like if my opponent has enough removal to like kill all my stuff, then they could hypothetically just deck me. Um, I did have one game against like a grindy red black deck that had like Corvold and the Noble Thief and Dark Tutelage, where I felt like I can out card advantage them, but I want to kind of be aggressive. And so I wanted like a little bit more pressure, but I didn't want to cut any of the like good card advantage stuff that I had. So I basically just sided in extra creatures and made it nice and gave myself a bigger deck so that I could kind of go more ham with card draw. The alchemists like were actually the first time I saw someone get back into the fake court with alchemist. I was like, oh, okay, this is what it's about. No room for the cut in. It just wasn't necessary. It would be fine to play it, but like I have flick a coin to get the object to bargain. Torch kills most of the same things that cut in kills, and then I have stopgaps and clicks for big stuff. Oh, I mean, so the alchemist, like you told me that you or someone else in chat told me he was high on alchemist before the call. Um, so like I already knew that like he was out there playing with the card and liking it, and I was like, I don't really understand this card. And then I just like saw it get back into the fake court, and it was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's worth doing. Um, because like this is like then it's just like this is good early, good late if you have like fake hort or comparable in your deck. And then like in this deck, the ability to get more torch the towers is like super valuable because I have so much card draw anyway, so I just want like efficient ways to turn it into removal. Um, but I mean, like the calls are useful to see just kind of like what stuff other people are doing. Um, like how many people are on like multicolored stuff, for example. Um, this deck also like I considered splashing the Hopeful Vigil. I think like it wouldn't be unreasonable to like double splash and get Hopeless Nightmare and Candy Grapple in here. If I had like another Prism and like a Shimmering Grotto instead of an Evolving Wilds, I might have like played these two. Neo organizes like a call with a bunch of streamers to discuss the format with each other before Arena opens, kind of like early in the format. Because like most of us don't really have a chance to watch each other, but we're kind of like interested in what the others are doing. So it was a call with like Icky and Ben Stark and Kyle Rose and Jason LTG and Neo and Four and apologies to the one or two people that I might be forgetting or whatever. I really do like the Clone Saga with a decent number of bargain cards. The problem is that my creatures sucked and they didn't seem worth cloning. I think it's like really good if you're like teamer bargain. Neo, I think, actually does record them. I don't know if he's ever going to try to do anything with them. Yeah, yeah, I remembered everyone. Good work, me. All right, so because of the Open coming up, I'm going to do another best of three draft. I also think that it's possible that blue is better in best of three. So since I might be kind of trying to err that way for the podcast today, just more reason to do that. Prediction for the draft is live. My podcast, basically whatever podcast app you like or YouTube, and just search for drafting archetypes. Uh, There are links on my website, samuelhblack.com. It's also just like youtube.com/drafting archetypes, I think. I assume so, Aldebab. I haven't actually looked. All right, we start with a blue rare. So I was pretty low on this card because it's super weird. And I don't know, have any idea what its stats are like. Um, yeah, there were some issues with Google Podcast app specifically with like that whole network. I don't know if it's currently working or not. Think it has good stats. So yeah, like basically when I realized that it just triggers whenever they do anything off of an adventure. Um, uh, and this is also you or them. So this just draw like you can just play this for two and then just draw cards off of adventures. So anyway, I'll try this. I'm not sure if it's the best card in the pack, but it's pretty cool to, and like you can really draft around it. Edgewall in pairs perfectly with the card that says you want a lot of adventures. Oh, this thing. Oh, right. Celebrant, the stockpiling celebrant. So stockpile celebrant, so you can pick it up and do it again. You can kill tokens with it, and then it's also just like turns all of your adventures into cantrips as long as you adventure them first. So a lot going on with this card. Um, Looking at redemption, tome seeker, I guess Witchstalker Frenzy. I think I like Tome Seeker more than Stopgap, Frenzy more than Coin. It's a very strong pack. This is somehow with two commons missing? That's weird. Yeah, I should probably take Redemption. Like, I think being multicolor green is a pretty good space to be here, and Redemption, like, does that well. Well, Very, very clear gingerbread hunter. Late torch the tower. I don't really believe in Chancellor of Tales. Like, it's possible that I'm supposed to when I'm like drafting dedicated adventure, but it just seems so like expensive and fragile to me. That said, best alternative is Stopgap, which is like not super great in what I'm doing, but it's also not like bad. Yeah, I'm gonna take Stopgap. I don't know. Maybe I should take this and try to go off with it, but I don't know. I'm a hater. Rosemary T, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Drafting some best of three here. Have the start to a sweet adventure theme deck. Already have a Stopgap. Think I want to Brave here. First thought is Evolving Wilds. Second thought is, yeah, still Evolving Wilds. I'm not sure how I feel about Galvanic Giant. I think it's fine. I think I like it more than the other cards here for what I'm doing. It's like kind of an adventure creature. Like the adventure is pretty hard to use, but Mocking Sprite, and I'll side it in against people who are bad at killing X1s. Uh, I mean, not really for the most part, Trippy Toad. Like, there are some cards that have diminishing returns, but like for the most part, you want more of your good cards. I think Diminisher Witch is pretty medium, so I'll just take this random adventure creature. It's not like an adventure that I'm particularly excited about in this kind of deck, but yeah, I don't necessarily expect to play it. Really like the Red Saga. I don't dislike Corvold, um, but it can be a little slow. Like I like it as the top end in removal heavy, like controlling red decks. I don't like it very much as like the middle of a like 5-color green deck. This is a very good attendance deck. Attendance is a card that like doesn't have great stats overall, and like not all blue decks want it, but like when I'm trying to send my stuff on adventures, it's very willing to do that. Flare Monk, thanks for the follow. That's true, Flutter. Well, here's a good adventure creature. I get that, like, looking at my deck, I'm Sultai, so it's kind of weird to take, like, this Boros thing, but that's how this format works. Like, this does what I want it to do, so I'll make the mana happen. So I did get this, like, second to last pick Chancellor of Tales, so maybe I'll end up doing the thing. This card has, like, really bad stats. I don't think it's what I'm looking for, even independent of the stats. This is between Candy Grapple and Grotto. Candy Grapple being basically just a better Firebolt. I think Candy Grapple is enough above replacement that I should take it over the Grotto. This is Grotto versus Beanstalk Worm and Feed the Cauldron. I do think that this deck really wants Grotto, and I think Feed the Cauldron is appreciably behind Grapple. I think like 5-mana adventure creatures are kind of replaceable. I do really like Feed the Cauldron as like a bargain enabler when I already have these stopgaps. But I also think that like I'm doing pretty well in terms of having like enough playable spells, and I generally don't find myself short on playable spells, so I think I want to make sure I have like the right fixing lands. I don't think I need the card advantage from Into the Fey Court. I'm a Knight of Sweet's Revenge believer, but I don't have enough food here. I think I like Celebrant over Cooped Up. That's a debatable position. I think Cooped Up has better stats, and my deck is kind of like more interested in cheap removal than value. But I also really like the value that this can provide with Journey and Adventure stuff, and I also just like the card more. I like the Hopeful and Hopeless enchantments, so I'm gonna take Celebrant, but might actually be right to take Cooped Up there. This is between Light Blades and Transmuter. I think Transmuter makes more sense as an adventure creature than Trainee because I'm base blue and this is like defensive and I'm more of like a long game deck rather than like an aggressive deck. Light Blades versus Transmuter is interesting. I do want more cheap removal, but I think I'm going to go Transmuter here. This is Witch Stalker versus Conceited Witch versus Living Lectern. Conceited Witch is like a pretty solid adventure creature. I don't really have threes. Tempting Apple, I think, is like really good in aggressive decks. I just don't think that it's good in this kind of deck. Easy Prism. That's an intruder alarm, not a hatching plans. A little bit tempted by the Lookout. I have a Conceited Witch. I don't have. I have the Conceited Witch, the Transmuter. But I think I want Evolving Wilds more, which is weird. I love this card, but I don't think that I'm like trying to have a ton of auras. Firebolt, Sleight of Hand, Celebrant. Spoilers, it's not Sleight of Hand. I think I have enough spells that I actually want Firebolt. I'm like more interested in being able to efficiently exchange resources than having more card advantage in this deck. I think that like Journey and my adventure stuff is going to give me a lot of card advantage. I'm just going to take another Firebolt. No, but I haven't been looking for it closely, Pablo. Take Diminisher Witch that I don't intend to play. I guess this is a better... That's an interesting question. So for as long as those... For each of those cards, its owner may play it for as long as it remains exiled. So no. This is between... I don't think I want colorless mana. So this is between Welcome to Sweet Tooth and Torch the Tower. And again, I do think this deck really just wants a lot of efficient removal. Green is looking like it's actually a splash here. Like I might not play Brave. Nice, Wunk. Congrats. And thank you very much for the 10 months. Now, is this a Folly deck? I do have a lot of bargain. I do have some big creatures. I don't hate it. But I don't know if it's better than just taking a hollow scavenger and then like maybe playing it if it wheels. Um the hollow scavenger is a bit weird if I end up not being base green. There's also the fawn, like I would like more 2 drops and it's good fixing, and I could be base green. Um I think this is pretty tough between folly, fawn, potentially the horseman, and the scavenger. I'm gonna take the scavenger just because like I've been pretty impressed with the card in general, I guess. Grapple versus champion versus torch the tower is interesting and difficult. um I think I'm on torch. I like that I have like a bunch of burn with the Heartflame Duelist. 1 mana is like pretty hard to compete with. Utopia Sprawl or another torch? It's got to be another torch, I think. What can you do for me? So it can make this a draw 2. It can copy Huntsman's Revenge. You know, whatever, I'm in. Maybe I'm supposed to take Shepherd, but like. Lookout, Transmuter, Feed. Yeah, I think it's probably Transmuter. Don't have a lot of tokens to bargain with. I think I am doing okay on that front. I'll take the dual land. Hollow Scavenger or another Firebolt. This is a good token to bargain with if that's actually a concern. I don't know. I have a lot of removal. I'll take the Scavenger. Um, I don't. I mean, this thing's very good, but it's not really what I'm looking for. Ruby seems hard to cast, but hello. This deck is a bit of a wild one. It's going to be interesting to build. I don't think I got there on Chancellor. Sad that I didn't see any Vigils or Nightmares. Oh, I don't have to cut that many cards. Excellent. Oh, blue. What kind of monster are you? I'm not cutting black. I might cut Conceited Witch specifically, but I'm not cutting like Gingerbread Hunter's Adventure or Grapple. Yeah, I can lose the Witch. Oh, right. Celebrant Folly is busted, so I can't cut Celebrant. I don't really have like fives for Galvanic Giant. Seems pretty unnecessary. All right. I guess this looks like a deck. Now to figure out my colors. Seven, 7, 7, 3, 1. Nice even split. Am I playing 17 lands? Yes. So this is airing lighter on red than blue by one source. Like it's okay. I think I cut this blue. I add either a green or a red. Probably. So green has Brave. Mothkin, thanks for the follow. It's probably objectively supposed to be green, even though I like want early red for the torch. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 theoretical green, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 theoretical blue and red. I mean, yeah, sure. I can't really say I've had. I don't even know if I've had a deck that's this archetype before. I mean, depending on how broadly you define your archetypes. Anyway, match predictions live. I guess this is Teamer Adventures. Yeah, I would say that Teamer Adventures is the archetype this deck is. And like with that framing, it's not even that weird of a deck. I think it's more Teamer Adventures than 5-color soup. Like the amount of removal makes it lean a little toward being 5-color soup, but it does like have a like focused synergy cluster. Prediction is for the match. Oh, I forgot about Ruby being a hasty mana creature. Yeah, that playing Ruby into Torch would have been way better. Haven't played with Ruby before. Oh wait, Ruby's bad to copy with Folly. Disaster. So Ruby's a red source for this. I think I want to go red anyway because Ruby might die. Oh right, Folly makes non-legendary. And yes, Folly Celebrant's fantastic. Hello, Scary Race. I'm doing well. How are you? I don't need Ruby. I guess getting rid of Ruby took me off of Apprentice Folly mana this turn. That's a good one. Yeah, Beto, because I can only copy the. I can only. Once I copy the celebrant, I can't copy the celebrant again. Like, I need to find a way to have this celebrant die. Mace Raider, thanks for the follow. Yes, but I didn't have the bolt then. Oh, they're trading off with the celebrant. They don't know. I agree with you, Milkman. I'm just saying what happened. Yeah, Lunk. Yeah, if I trade off the original celebrant, I can't keep doing the loop. You have to copy a non-token creature. Oh, the places you'll go, Bog Naughty. Sorry, Baronaughty. Bog Naughty is a whole different thing. Sorry, bargainable object. This is very funny. So they're trying to rat out their thing to fizzle my gingerbread, but I can sack my curse to grow their thing so that rat out shrinks it into dead gingerbread. This card's very good. They're not doing anything with it at the moment, but it's a really good card. Uh, kind of never got back to it, but I'm fun. I think they should have waited until their turn to make the food, but all right, I think it might be time for Celebrant to pick up this journey. We're just hanging out. I guess I might as well draw a card. Bounce Celebrant. I don't want to take that much like board presence off the field. All right, opponent. You can actually keep your rat. Haven't checked, Isaiah. Oh. Yeah, I should target Celebrant in that spot. Good point. Yeah. No, I get it now. Orange Papa, thanks for the follow. Maybe I should have taken the second Celebrant. I think I didn't fully process that. And I don't know if I had the apprentices fully at that point. Let's check my most drafted comment. That sounds like worth the 10 seconds or whatever. I forgot that it takes a while to load this page. Here we go. Most drafted. That's not surprising. Yeah, okay, this checks out. These I'm going to continue drafting super highly. Same with this, same with this, same with this. This I'll probably keep getting a lot of because other people are so low on it. This I'll definitely take highly. This is going to drop off somewhat for reasons I'll get into later. Same with this. This I'm going to be high on. This I'm going to be high on. This is one of those, like, I take it over other unplayables type situations. This one I think I like more than average. This one's going to be moving up for me, I think, more than it moves up for other people. Likely same with Grapple. Brave I could see going either way. Spellstutter I think might actually go down. Brute will probably go down. Yeah. How high do I pick Grotto? I don't know. I value it. High enough to get them. Predictions live. Uh, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a celebrant themed episode at some point or something at least somewhat connected to that. Let's get all my mana ready, my Marty mana ready for my teamer deck here. I'm like legit not sure what this should get. Probably the swamp. Rewarded. Oh no. That also shrunk my firebolts. Wait, they didn't want to just put this back in their hand also? This order seems questionable to me. Somehow green unlocked nothing in my hand except double spelling. So we're just trading? You don't want to eat the food? That's weird. I mean, I guess Scavenger actually just trades with Scream Puff. Scavenger's so good. Null Drifter, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. About a thing to bargain. I could bargain kill this, Firebolt kill this, but I don't. I don't think I can afford to go to 2 here. Exiling my graveyard made me, well, whatever. 5s, this is lethal. Okay, we got blue mana. I think the best way to stabilize is to just cast this. I see. So that's horrible because this has a wicked roll now. Okay, so if I go to 1, I die if this dies. This is a disaster, but I think I have to jump. I don't know how I win from here. Oh, right. They get to. Okay, okay. I'm dead. I think I like my chances in this matchup, despite the fact that they have the anti-adventure rare against my adventure deck. I think Archon's Glory against all these flyers. Or maybe even this. No, I don't have enough fives. Um, I don't want Mocking Sprite because they have Dream Spoilers. Yeah, I'm just gonna run it back. Nice, Marauder. Hope you had fun. You need to not build up cards in the adventure zone against them because they're rare. Int 20H, thank you so much for the 8 months. Really appreciate it. Last mic, I'll pull this up now to try to remember to get to after the game. Trying to figure out if I want to trade food with them. I think I don't. Because I have a bunch of bargain and they can make more with the cottage. not paying a lot of attention to this uh, debate in chat, but I agree with the things that Oris Van just said. Oh right, I was supposed to crack Evolving Wilds first. Um, Pretty sure I still want to sack it. Mm, Not sure if it's better to go blue or white. I'll go white to be able to activate the bivouac. Oh, hello. I believe this is kind of nutty. Oh, this is sorcery. Good to know. Um, it's great, Gilmore. These seem fine. I know. Yuna can't kill the dream spoiler because giving it a cursed roll, it's still like that only decreases its toughness by 1. They have now gotten rid of my extra celebrant, which is good for me. This is a base 2/2. It does not, busy killer. Yes, tutor. It's not precisely infinite. Glory still seems pretty good. But also still doesn't seem better than my other cards, except maybe the Transmuter. Colors are all over the place, literally all 5. I have any 2 of them. I think I should mulligan. I kind of want to put back Torch here, because Journey's so good with these other things. Then I can find second blue. I mean, my pack 1 pick on this draft was Journey. It's about wanting to fetch for double blue and that not giving me red, and about wanting the thing for the like adventure with the Journey. That's sick. They are going to draw a card. Pierre Papier, thanks for the follow. Sargon, thanks for the follow. I got rid of their naughty that had a bloodline on it. Ow. A lot more red cards than black cards. The black card is more important right now, but I think it's still supposed to be the mountain. That was good. I think they're unlikely to be able to kill me. I think I need to develop. Okay. I only have one red, so I can only kill one of their flyers. Obviously, I want mana for food. Oh, yeah, I didn't notice how late it was. No, it would have two instances of lifelink, but multiple instances of lifelink don't stack. I am going to do the one pending deck tech, but I'm not going to take another one until after the podcast. Back all might have been okay. Interesting. Oh, oh! I didn't realize this was counting adventure things. Oh, this wanted to trade. Hey, Jared. I don't know if it's better to play the Huntsman or the Folly, or the Sack the Food. I think Huntsman. The life up. I guess I can make an additional brute next turn. That's pretty great. No, I can't make another brute. This is already a token. And by brute, I mean hunter. Nice. Now the question is, do I sack the food or do I keep the ability to pump the scavengers? I think I have to keep the ability to pump the scavengers. They have 4 blockers. They're functionally at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they take 1,000,000. Apologies to anyone who is turning in for the podcast for the late start. I do want to do this deck submission, and then we'll get to the podcast. All right. Before I look at the cards in the deck, I'm going to look at the sideboard and see if there are any cards that I want to be trying to get in here, such as this one, Beanstalk. This card's great. This is good. This is good. This is good. This isn't bad. This depends. This depends. So a lot of options. I have enough 5s that I want the Beanstalk. The oof is mostly here for catching plans. I'm not sure that Uprising's the cut, though. I think I like both of them in this deck. I think you're spending your mana on your turn. How are we at artifacts and enchantments? Artifact, enchantment. No, this is not that guy. Artifact, artifact, enchantment, 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 artifact, enchantment. This is probably a worse card engine than Beanstalk and Uprising. This is one too many. Do we need OOF plans? That's an interesting point. I really don't like the OOF in the deck. And the only bargaining is this. Yeah, I could see not playing plans here. And then that lets us play like more of this big stuff that makes the card draw we already have better. All right, this is also, and then I can do this or whatever. I agree that we can kill the hatching plans, but I don't really think that it's what the deck needs, weirdly enough. Not playing this guy seems pretty weird to me. I think I'm just off the Tim Seeker at this point. We don't have that many spells, and like this card's pretty good. Yeah, I think I like this build. Just a bunch of ramp and then a giant pile of big things. I guess Glutton's another bargain, but still, I like not playing the plans here. This is my recommendation for this deck. This is a very, very, very different deck than what the podcast is going to be about today. Very welcome, last Mike. I like Garrick's Uprising well enough. All right. Need a minute here, and then we'll start the podcast. Here, I'll be right back. Here's the deck I was just playing for anyone who wants to check that out. Yeah. All right. Sorry about the late start. We're just about good to go. Hi, everyone. This is Sam Black with Drafting Archetypes, and this week I'm going to be discussing what I'm calling bargain blue in Wilds of Eldraine. That's not because it's available at a discount, but rather because it uses the bargain mechanic. Though I would say it is actually also available at a discount. And what I mean by that is blue is currently not being drafted very highly due to the very understandable reason that it doesn't perform very well in aggregate. So, uh, backing up a little bit before I get too far ahead of myself, the notes are available, as always, to follow along at patreon.com/draftingarchetypes. And in this format, colors are a little looser than usual. So the archetypes that I cover might not be two color pairs quite as much as they might be strategic concepts. I haven't like worked out like a master plan for all of the clusters that I consider archetypes in this format. But I don't think that it's going to be just like, going by two color pairs. So blue in total is well, sorry, too many different things to cover. Blue is the worst performing color on 17 lands by a clear and considerable margin. There is no two color blue archetype that performs better than a non blue two color archetype. And so people have not necessarily figured out how to draft blue in general, at the very least. Um, as far as the idea that colors are a little bit more flexible in this format, this is the only format I can remember seeing on 17 lands where the general win rate goes up as you add more colors. In general, I don't think that when two color decks in general have a better win rate than three or four color decks, I don't think that that strongly indicates that you should avoid drafting three or four color decks, because people draft two color decks when the seat that they're in supports the cards that they open and the draft just kind of goes smoothly. Where they draft more colors if they start in a lane that gets cut and then they have to like figure out something else and then make the most of their cards, and the draft like doesn't go quite as well. So the fact that like it's just structurally very hard for decks with more colors to perform better in aggregate than decks with fewer colors, because it implies that you're in like not as good of a seat for the cards that you opened. So the fact that decks with more colors perform better than decks with fewer colors in the format suggests that splashing is very easy and very rewarded. This is in a large part due to the uncommon and rare off-color adventure cycle. There's just so much value in getting access to those other things, and so it's just like the fixing's so good, it's usually worth splashing in the format. And so when talking about like if I were to frame this as an episode about blue white or about blue red, it wouldn't really cover all the cards that I'm like actively looking for in the draft, because I'm looking for cards of a variety of colors when I'm in the kind of space that I'm going to be talking about. So that's all kind of background into what's going on big picture and what's going on with this archetype. So, yeah, like a little more history. After my first few drafts, I was in a place where I really just wanted to avoid blue. But if you watch me play Lord of the Rings, it might not surprise you that that didn't really last long. Similarly with Lord of the Rings, like Red Black had the best stats early. Mardu in general was performing well. It was like, okay, blue is clearly not as good as these other colors. Let's try to like draft these other colors. But then I started like figuring out ways to incorporate blue into decks in ways that I liked, and then I started usually drafting blue because it wasn't drafted as highly as the other colors and supported the ways that I wanted to be playing the game. The same thing seems to be happening largely in this format, where I struggled with blue early. I had some drafts where I kind of tried to draft blue and I couldn't really figure out like which cards are good or what I should be doing with it. And so then I was like, okay, I just shouldn't draft blue. And then I ended up in a spot where I like played it some more and had some good results and started to figure out like which cards I like and what I want to do with it. And now I think that I'm more likely to be blue than any other color as kind of the metagame stands right now. So not necessarily exclusively a function of like the card pool and the format itself, but given how the rest of the community is valuing cards, I think that they're underrating enough of the blue cards that I can pretty comfortably draft blue decks. And in fact, multiple of the last blue decks I've had, when I go to deck building, I can play over 50 cards that are all similar quality, and I've had multiple decks where I sideboard up to more than 50 cards, either because my opponent has a lot of removal and I'm concerned about not having enough total threats in my deck, or I once played against Forced Fruition, and so I just put basically every card I drafted into my deck and then played a game where my opponent cast Forced Fruition anyway, and I just beat them very easily because I was able to like take advantage of drawing 7 cards a couple of times. Um so while I think that blue is a relatively shallow color, like there aren't that many blue cards that I want, everyone's avoiding it so much that you end up with like a deep pool of playable cards, even while you're trying to avoid the bad blue cards at this particular moment. So, given that the player base in general hasn't necessarily figured out what to do with blue, and I've been having some success with it, and I think that different blue cards are going to succeed with different strategic approaches, and this podcast is really about the way that I've been approaching blue. I wanted to kind of look at the cards in blue independent of like their win rates to identify which cards I personally feel drawn to without having a number next to it. So I went on to Scryfall rather than 17 lands, and just like sorted, looked at the blue commons and just noted which ones stood out to me as cards that I'm looking for, rather than, usually when I'm covering an archetype, I like to go into the stats on 17 lands and see what's done well for players in general in that archetype. But because there's not really like a specific archetype, the way that 17 lands sorts decks that I have any reason to believe does what I'm trying to do, I thought the stats might not be super useful. So stats independent, based on my own experiences, the blue commons that I'm most looking for are Aquatic Alchemist, the 2-mana 1/3 with a 3-mana adventure that can put a instant or sorcery from your graveyard on top of your deck, and it gets +2/+0 the first time you cast an instant or sorcery in your turn. Quick Study, the instant speed divination. Yoan Stopgap, the bargain bounce spell that draws a card, costs 4 mana or 2 if you bargain it. And Into the Fey Court, the 5-mana sorcery that draws 3 cards and makes a 1/1 flying, makes a Cloud Sprite, a 1/1 flyer that can't block token. That's just 4 commons. There are only 4 commons in blue that I'm really happy about, and even Quick Study is kind of meh. The next tier of cards in blue that I'm like not unhappy to have, but not necessarily excited about, Sleight of Hand, Ice Out, that's the 3-mana counterspell with Bargain. Mocking Sprite, that's the 3-mana 2/1 that makes your instants and sorceries cost 1 less. A note on Mocking Sprite, in best of 3, I think you want to be really careful about siding it in or out of your deck, depending on how much your opponent is punishing 1 toughness creatures. If your opponent has cards like Flick a Coin and Rat Out, you probably don't want to be in the Mocking Sprite business. But if you're not getting punished for that 1 toughness, it can be really good. Vantress Transmuter, the 4-mana 3/4 that can tap and curse something as a 2-mana adventure sorcery. Obira's Attendance, the 3/4 flyer that has an adventure to -4 power instant speed thing. Balluna's Gatekeeper, the 6-mana 6/5 that has an adventure for 2-mana sorcery speed to bounce a creature that costs 3 or less. And Spell Stutter, the mana leak if you have a fairy that scales based on fairies. Obira's Attendants, I would note, have like bad stats on 17 lands. I still like them in some decks and not in others. That's true of basically all of these cards. All of those cards are, sometimes I want them, sometimes I don't. I think Living Lectern, Diminishing Witch, Merfolk, Coralsmith, and Misleading Motes are sometimes playable, not cards I'm excited about. If you don't know what cards those are, I'm not going to tell you because it doesn't matter. They're just most of the other blue cards. And then, of course, what really matters is the uncommons. So the best blue uncommon by a lot, and the uncommon that usually gets me into blue, is Hatching Plans. Hatching Plans is also the reason that I'm calling this archetype Bargain Blue. More on that in a bit. The Hatching Plans is the Enchanting Tales reprint, 1 and a blue enchantment. When it goes to the graveyard from the battlefield, draw 3 cards. And then Bitter Chill, Picklock Prankster. Bitter Chill is the uncommon 1 and a blue, tap a creature, it doesn't untap. When this goes to the graveyard, you could pay 1. If you do scry 1, draw a card. Picklock Prankster, the fairy with the impulse into the graveyard, choose an instant or sorcery from among them, or fairy from among them, put it in your hand, and then it's a 1/3 flyer for 2. Frolicking Familiar, the Otter, 2/2 Flying Prowess with the deal 1 damage to any target adventure. Tenacious Tome Seeker, the 3/2 bargain, get an instant or sorcery from your graveyard into your hand. Johann, Apprentice Sorcerer, the blue-red 2/5 legend that I've actually never played with, that lets you cast spells from the top of your deck. Shere of Numbing Depths, the blue-white legend that taps something and then draws a card whenever you tap their things. It also stuns the thing it taps. Threadbind Click, love this one. One of my favorites. This is the 3/3 flyer for 4 with a 3-mana adventure to kill a tapped creature at instant speed. And then Archive Dragon, the 6-mana 4/6 ETB Scry 2 Ward 2 dragon. Those are those uncommons cover most of the like real draw to blue. So the cards that are most likely going to get me into blue are Hatching Plans, Frolicking Familiar, and Threadbind Click. Notably, because Frolicking Familiar and Threadbind Click are both those like, kind of gold adventures, I will have a lot of decks that are splashing those cards. If I'm not red, I'll splash Frolicking Familiar. If I'm not white, I'll splash Threadbind Click off of just like a few ways to cast the adventure, potentially, maybe several if it happens to go that way. And even if I don't have a Hatching Plans at the beginning of the draft, because so much of the power in blue comes from Hatching Plans, and because blue is so underdrafted, you're reasonably likely to see a Hatching Plans later in the draft, and you really want to be positioned to take advantage of it. So you really want to prioritize bargain when you're like early in the draft, setting up what you're going to be doing. Fortunately, a lot of the premium removal has bargain, and blue like the good blue cards are basically all card advantage, right? Like the commons that I mentioned that I like, Quick Study draws 2, Into the Fey Court draws 3, Johann Stopgap draws 1, but sometimes you end up bouncing your own thing and drawing more off of it. Aquatic Alchemist doesn't draw cards itself, but one of the reasons that I like it so much is that it's really powerful to use its adventure to put Into the Fey Court back on top of your deck so you can keep drawing more cards. Basically, if you're playing blue, you're good for card draw if like the deck is open and you want card draw, you have as much of it as you could use. So that means that I'm very highly prioritizing all of the efficient removal, and fortunately, most of that has bargain. So you're looking for Torch the Tower, the shock that bargains to deal 3 and exiles creatures that it kills. So that also only hits creatures, so I guess it's more of a Magma Spray. Candy Grapple, that's the black -3/-3 bargain to -5/-5. Kellen's Light Blades, that's the 3 damage to an attacker or blocker, bargain to kill the attacker or blocker. And Johann's Stopgap, the blue bounce spell that I've already talked about. All of those are good ways to get your opponent's stuff out of play, kill your opponent's stuff, slow them down, while adding bargain to your deck. And that's all like the cheapest removal you can get anyway. So you're really not going out of your way to enable bargain when you play that stuff. So those are like, those things existing is really like the reason the deck exists and what you're looking for. There are a bunch of other bargain cards to keep an eye out for that you can use in this deck, like Archon's Grace, the 1 mana +2/+2, that if you bargain gives flying and lifelink. Agatha's Champion, the uncommon 4/4 in green that has trample, and then if you bargain it, it fights something when it enters. For the most part, I'm thinking of these this like bargain blue removal and card draw strategy as like non-green. I think that like blue-green is just a different deck. Like it plays pretty differently when you're base green. And like Hamlet Glutton exists, but it's not really splashable. And to me, I think that like if you're playing Hamlet Glutton, you're like mostly a different archetype than what I'm talking about. But Agatha's Champion, you can actually splash in the like base blue decks that aren't green. High Fae Negotiator, that's the black 3/5 that flyer that drains your opponent for 3 if you bargain. Ice Out, the cancel that you can bargain into counterspell. Rowan's Grim Search, I'm not very high on this one. It's the 3 mana instant that draw 2, lose 2, but you like scry a bunch first, kind of, if you bargain it. Like I said, that one's hit or miss for me. I can play, like, I'd rather have blue card draw, basically, and then I'd rather my bargain stuff be removal. Stone Splitter Bolt, the uncommon X spell in red with bargain. I don't consider that one premium red removal, but it's a way to get more bargain if you want, and not like horrible if you're this kind of deck. Tenacious Tomeseeker, the 3/2 bargain that gets something back, and Troublemaker, oof. Hypothetically, you could splash, not something I've like done or really been looking to do. Those are other bargain stuff to keep an eye out for. And then because you're going to have a lot of cards with bargain, you also want to make sure that you have other things to bargain with outside of your hatching plans. Because you know, if you have hatching plans, you'd like to have, I don't know, 5+ bargain cards. And then sometimes you're going to draw those bargain cards without your hatching plans, and you're going to want to be able to take advantage of the bargain thing. So you want other enablers. So some of the enablers that I keep an eye out for, Prophetic Prism. Prophetic Prism is just like great in this archetype in general, because as I said, you're looking to splash, and then once your mana's set, or just if you have to bargain, you can, you know, sack it to bargain and figure it out later, and you're not down a card. So Prophetic Prism's a really good way. All of the red commons that make treasures, Grabby Giant, the Red Cap, and especially Flick a Coin, are all pretty good enablers for this deck. They the treasure can be used for your splash or for your bargain. Vantress Transmuter or anything else that makes a roll, but Vantress Transmuter is kind of the most natural fit of the stuff that makes rolls. And then Hopeless Nightmare and Hopeful Vigil are really, really, really good bargain enablers. I'm willing to splash either of them potentially, although I prefer to play. I generally try to think of this deck as like two colors with a splash, two colors with two splashes. You could be one color with four splashes, whatever. There's a lot of like different ways the mana can work. I want to be able to cast the hopeful and hopeless cards early and easily, ideally. Excuse me. But they're great. Try to play them. Uh, Fixing, you're really happy with Evolving Wilds, Crystal Grotto, Prophetic Prism. Crystal Grotto is notable in that a lot of the cards that aren't blue, like you're basically playing expensive blue cards and cheap removal in all the other colors. And Grotto is good for fixing cheap cards and bad for fixing expensive cards. And so, like, it's nice that if you're, multicolor green, blue based control, the top end of your deck is a bunch of blue stuff, right? You can play like the dragon and the 6/5 adventure and your Into the Fey Courts, and you'll have islands to cast those. And then all of these like 2 mana removal spells and bargain enablers and stuff. It's okay if that costs 1 extra mana because you're using a grotto to fix for it, especially in the late game. Prophetic Prism I talked about. And then aside from all that, you're just seeing a ton of cards. Like, this is an archetype where I'm routinely needing to pay attention to how many cards I've drawn to figure out whether I'm close to decking myself. And so, the more drawing more cards is always the best mana fixing. And so just like the nature of your deck, the fact that you draw a lot of cards, you're playing long games, means that you can have mana that looks pretty questionable, but have it all work as long as you have your colors sorted for your early game stuff. So like you can, comfortably splash your Threadbind clicks off not very many white sources and find them eventually, and they'll still be very good in your deck. So I'm relatively low on Spell Stutter and Sleight of Hand. When I checked the blue common win rates on 17 lands, I think those might have been 2 of the top 3 performing commons. They're both fine. It's not like bad to put them in any blue deck for the most part. However, I prefer to avoid Spell Stutter in these kinds of decks because I'm planning to play a long game and I'm expecting that Spell Stutter will just turn off at some point in that game. And I would prefer to have, the early removal that can catch me up from behind and just kind of answer the board, and then still function later in the game. So creature removal instead of conditional counter spells, soft counters, if you will. And then Sleight of Hand is pretty nice for like finding your mana and finding your bargain enablers and payoffs and like generally smoothing things and getting some like prowess triggers or whatever. But I don't want to have too much air in the deck because you already want to play so many big card draw spells that it can be hard to like have enough actual oomph in the deck. Just the more sleight of hands you have, the more you risk just having too much air in your deck and being in a spot where, especially against some of the like multicolored green decks, you just don't have like you play these games where you basically just like both put your whole decks on the table and line up your like threats and answers, and their deck just has more total stuff than yours, so you die. And in that spot, you not only like lose, but you like deterministically lose. Like it's just you can find yourself in a spot where you just have a horrendous matchup if you don't have enough like actual action in your deck. And so I think including sleight of hands in large numbers, especially if you also have prisms and stuff, can start to get dangerous. And I would rather have some space to just have, like Balluna's gatekeepers, just like reasonable, like big threats in my deck instead of those things. Um, so yeah, both of those cards are playable, but like if you're doing what I think you really want to be doing in blue, where you have like a lot of better like blue card draw, you just can't afford to be like all card draw. Um, this is especially true if you have like multiple hatching plans and or into the fake courts, especially with multiple aquatic alchemists. Like you'll just see so many cards. um this also applies to the one and a white, tap a creature, draw a card, scry one. Not necessarily in that order. That's like, a color shifted Hithlane Knots, which was a card that I absolutely loved in Lord of the Rings, but I think is just really bad in this set for a lot of different reasons. I think that boards are more likely to be wide, so tapping a single creature is less likely to buy you like a turn or a fraction of a turn. Um, there's a lot more to spend your mana on, so like 2 mana scry cantrip is more cumbersome. There's the danger of air that I was talking about. There's the lack of anything like Bath Song that lets you like recycle this kind of stuff. There aren't really high impact payoffs like Gandalf sanctions for getting these spells in your graveyard. And all of that said, there's a whole archetype, theoretically, that's about tapping your opponent's stuff. So I guess this particular episode of this podcast, I think, is going to be as close as I'm going to come to touching on blue-white. So I want to talk about like how to draft specifically when you're in a blue-white seat, because blue-white specifically is the worst performing color pair in this set, and its stats are similar to blue-green in Lord of the Rings, and I think it's in a similar position where the built-in the prescription about what you're supposed to do just kind of structurally failed. The like tap your opponent's deck stuff is not well enough supported that it's where you should expect to be if you're blue-white. If you have like 2 or 3 total blue and white legends, any combination of the uncommon and mythic that like can make 4/4s or do other things when you tap stuff, not will the 2/4 that makes stuff cheaper when you gain life. If you have those, you might be able to draft a deck that's just like about tapping your opponent's stuff and have it work. But for the most part, the tap your opponent's stuff deck is bad and poorly positioned and not the right thing to do with blue-white. The right thing to do with blue-white is very much lean into bargain. So the white commons you should be prioritizing in blue-white are Archon's Glory, Cooped Up, so that's the +2/+2, the pacifism that can exile stuff, Hopeful Vigil, the enchantment that makes a night and scries when it dies and you can pay mana to sack it, Kellen's Light Blades, the 3 damage thing, Stockpiling Celebrant, the 3/2 that picks something up to scry, and then sometimes to Unveil Guide, the 2/3 that gets lifelink with Celebration, the flyer. That one I kind of like just as a like control finisher, like lifelinking flyer is kind of important for like digging you out when you're getting low on life. And then at uncommon specifically, I want to call attention to the Princess Takes Flight as being kind of like an engine removal spell to combine with both Stockpiling Celebrant and this can, I think, be overlooked sometimes, Johann Stopgap can also bounce Princess Takes Flight so that you can use it again. So you have two different commons that let you pick up your Princess Takes Flight so that you don't give them their creature back, and you get to play it again and exile another one of their creatures. So I think in a lot of ways, Princess Takes Flight is like actually the signpost blue white uncommon, though it's also very good in all of the other white decks. So it's not like it specifically points you to blue, but that's like it's a better signal of the kind of stuff you want to be getting up to in blue white. Um so yeah, I hope, I mean, I think that that list and the rest of what I've talked about should cover the headspace you should be in blue white. Be very open to splashing other cheap removal, um, and just be looking to play a very, very traditional control game. And then again, with all of this stuff, because there's nothing in the set, there's no Clear the Mind, there's no Bath Song, you can't loop your deck. The fact that you can't loop your deck means that you need to have enough actual power in your deck to end games, which does mean, so, you know, there's kind of a like meme or recurring joke about people asking like, "What's your win con?" And there's like this idea of like finishers that I think mostly doesn't apply to most limited decks, but can actually relevantly come up in some of the blue decks in this format. It is possible to be so good at drawing cards and answering things that like you just kind of get lost in the sauce doing that and forget to like ever actually have a way to kill your opponent, and you just kind of like spin your wheels and deck yourself. So you do want to make sure that you have a few like high impact creatures or like some kind of realistic plan to actually kill your opponent. It's not really that hard. I don't think it's going to be like a major issue, but um, you know, it kind of just gets back to what I was saying when I was talking about like watching out for playing too many sleight of hands over some of the like medium green, or not green, blue common creatures, because sleight of hand has better stats than the creatures by a lot, because outside of this kind of context, it's a better card when it's like helping you dig for rares or whatever. But if your deck is all just like good card advantage and removal, you really, really, really need random threats more than you need cantrips. Um, and then, I mean, just finally to reiterate, kind of in the context of talking about this as a uh, guide for blue white. In blue white, as in all blue control decks, you should always be open to splashing. You play long games, see a million cards. The fixing's great. There's just every reason to try to splash. So that covers it. So we're gonna turn it over to chat for questions. I want to thank the newest patrons. So thank you, Nick, Sama, Pablo, and Jose Luis. Really appreciate it. I'm really excited about this set. I think a lot of other people are also. So it's exciting to see some more support, as I suspect like more people get more engaged with limited, having like a really great mainstream retail set helps a lot with that. Like drafting Lord of the Rings, if you play in paper, I think was a little cost prohibitive. So it's good to be back to like a core retail set that is really good. The color balance issues, if it exists, are that blue is the worst color, but hopefully, this provides context to maybe boost these numbers a bit. Like I said, it's been working for me. So, chat, what else should I talk about? Hit me with your questions. Would Into the Wilds not have a spot in the cheap bargaining effect slot? Into the Wilds, that's the get a land thing, right? No, Into the Wilds is not okay. Brave the Wilds, yeah. Into the Wilds is a card from M14. Um, so uh, it's not necessarily clearly spelled out in the structure of this episode, but basically, I didn't touch a lot on the like Brave the Wilds, uh, Hamlet Glutton green decks that can use blue well. Like this map that I just covered is not the only way to use hatching plans. This is the way to draft a base blue deck. There are green based bargain decks that can very easily splash hatching plans and everything else that make really good use of Brave the Wilds and Hamlet Glutton and a bunch of other stuff. But I think that the base green decks are just structurally very different than the base blue decks. Um, Basically, I think that the other colors don't contribute a lot of expensive cards that you want in your controlling decks, and blue and green both do. And there's like the uh and I think that like there's just the green based control decks, their top end is like big guys, and the blue based control decks top end is card advantage. And I think that those decks are meaningfully distinct. And so this is really about the like top end is card advantage space rather than the top end is big guys space. And so like uh, Brave the Wilds, Hamlet Glutton, the 3 mana sorcery that searches for a land and puts it into play, and then also makes the token. I guess it can make 2 tokens instead of getting land, the human and the food. Um, all that kind of stuff, like plays well together, plays well with bargain, plays well with a lot of these same cards. But I think that like the more you're getting into green, the more it's just like a different thing. Um, let's see. Did I talk about the 2/1 fairy that reduces instant sorcery costs by 1? And if not, what are your thoughts? I mentioned it briefly in the cards I'm not unhappy to have in my deck. And the main thing that I said about it is that if you're playing best of 3, you want to be really careful to have it in your deck when your opponent doesn't have things that punish 1 toughness and not have it in your deck when your opponent does. I think the card is really, really good to have in play. The cost discount is really impactful, but it just gets beat up on so badly by Flick a Coin and Rat Out that it can be a bit of a liability. I'm generally a very conservative uh, drafter, which is probably a funny statement given how much I'm into exploration and pushing the boundaries of what a deck can do and stuff in a lot of ways. What I mean when I say I'm conservative is I really don't like high variance cards. Those that are going to be like good in some spots and bad in others, or that expose me to like getting blown out in some way. This is why I'm usually really low on pacifism type effects. So while I've had good experiences with Mocking Sprite and was reasonably high on it, once it started like running into some of the 1 toughness punishes a little bit more, I was pretty quick to go like the upside here isn't worth the risk. What's my opinion on Collector's Vault in this archetype? Uh, so Collector's Vault is the 2-man artifact that you can spend 2 to loot and make a treasure. I have some concerns about looting in terms of like if I have a bunch of card draw. Like basically, I think the less card draw you have, the better Collector's Vault is. Because once you're at the point where you can spend all of your mana endlessly like drawing cards, then spending a bunch of mana to loot is really bad. But it can be a source of fixing, a source of objects to bargain, a source of like not flooding out when your deck is full of removal. So I think it's like better in like black or red based control decks than it is in blue-based control decks. But if you're like short on actual card draw, then it could have a place. Do you pass Edgewall in very often? No, I do not. I'm happy to like second pick, I would say, is around when I usually take Edgewall in. How would I value the 3 mana 2/3 uncommon fairy that doubles your adventures? Extremely low. Would it be a reasonable way to to get inevitability with the alchemist? I am just not very happy about spending 4 mana for a 2/3 and then hoping that it lives for me to cast other spells to like get value out of it. I think the rate is just like too bad. So like even when I've had access to like I am currently playing a Teamer Adventure deck and have it in my sideboard. Um, I'm very low on that card. Um, how does curiosity fit into this archetype, if at all? I think if you don't have multiple catapults in your deck, you should be extremely hesitant to put curiosity in your deck. I think that there are some versions of like blue black fairies where it's like an acceptable way to have some card draw, but it's I don't really like the idea of my plan is to like hope I find a window to put it on my flyer to hit you and draw a card, and then I have like successfully not gotten 2 for 1 if you have an answer to it after that. And then if I'm very lucky and you can't kill my creature with curiosity on it, I'll get to draw 1 extra card a turn. I, that's getting into the like I don't like exposing myself to getting blown out. But the upside with catapult is super high. I think that like the blue red catapult spells deck is slightly like a close adjacent archetype to this archetype. If you are in that archetype, uh, curiosity is great. But if you're not like going off with catapults, then you should not be playing curiosity. Um, have I had drafts where I took this basic approach and appeared to be drafting the kind of deck I'm describing, but then ended up in a more traditional 2-color control deck, maybe splashing 1 or 2 cards in another color? Uh, yes, kind of. I mean, I had a draft recently where I was kind of like drafting as Esper, and then when I got to deck building, or I was actually drafting it as 4-color, but like 4-color non-green with a bunch of like prisms. And then I just ended up not having any red except for 1 Torch of the Tower, and I just had like 5 random like okay black cards, and I ended up building it as blue-white. That was the draft where I ended up like siding in all of my like black and red cards and like going up to like 53 or 54 cards or something against Forced Fruition. Um so like yes, I mean basic like the broad answer to the question is since I'm just kind of taking removal wherever I see it, but this whole lane broadly is like pretty open. Uh, if I end up getting a bunch of removal in one color, I could find myself in a spot where it's not worth splashing the removal from other colors. And so then it gets like pared down from kind of like 4-color blue into 2-color blue with like if I can get everything that I need in like a lane that happens to be wide open. Um, so I think that you kind of just like value the same cards early in the draft, but then if you like figure out that like oh this color pair is so open that I just like get everything I want and I have good mana, sometimes you just kind of like end up like zeroing in on like a narrower path. Um, This is a little bit off topic, but not entirely. So this question is about a different approach to blue. Blue tempo decks with Gingerbrute, Alchemist, a bunch of bounce, some counters, Water Wings, Curiosity, um, and so like a tempo deck, aggressive elements, and then stuff to slow your opponent down with Merfolk Coral Smith as an additional playable creature. Um, I believe that it is. I mean, like, if your deck has a coherent game plan, then I have no reason to know that it's not viable. Magic, like every Magic player, every content creator can only work with like the local maximums of whatever has worked for them. Um, so the like blue tempo space is not structurally the kind of thing I've drawn to. I did try something vaguely similar in that I tried like an aggressive fairy deck that was trying to like finish out with like Sugar Rush, and that deck was probably the worst deck I've played. Um, so broadly, like this archetype is very, or this episode of this podcast is very much about the how to draft a kind of controlling blue deck that I've had success with. That's it's framed somewhat as like, hey, people are struggling with blue. Here is the way that I've found success with it. So I don't want to imply that this is the only possible way to find success with something. I would hope that I would never imply that. There's always the possibility that there's an approach that I haven't considered to something that works. Um, but that's yeah. I don't. It would be getting pretty far off topic to get deep into like how to make like blue tempo work and what traps to avoid. I would say it's possible, not really my speed, not something I have a lot of experience with. Um, yeah. And also, I guess I would say I'm skeptical broadly because the closest experience that I've had has been pretty bad. Um, though I do know that there have been some like blue white or blue red kind of like aggressive decks that like use blue as a support color to the aggressive elements of those colors that like look pretty good, where they're like basically celebration aggro with some blue support or whatever. Um, Have I tried combining Alchemist with Back for Seconds as an end game? I haven't. How well does Ice Out play in this archetype? Would you look to run more instant speed effects like Quick Study so you can mostly play instant speed? I think it's fine to have a couple Ice Outs. It's like nice to eventually like draw into to kind of like seal up a game. It's a little like clunky early, so I don't want to have a lot of them. Most of the removal that I want is instant speed anyway, so it's like not very hard to play an instant speed game in this kind of deck. Um, so I don't know. I don't think I would want more than two ice outs in a deck basically, because I think that they risk being too clunky, but it's like fine to have some of. Is aggro too oppressive in this format? It's a little subjective, but I'm gonna go with no. If I get a chance to get Goblin Bombardment, would it be okay to get two of those adventures that put a spell on top, and the spell that returns two creatures from the grave to hand, and kind of loop some of the deck. I wouldn't recommend that as the best use of Goblin Bombardment. I think that's basically my answer. If you have Goblin Bombardment, I recommend playing uh, Red Black Rats or Red White Celebration aggro, and just kind of like using bombardment to kill your opponent and or their blockers. Um, the like small ball loop stuff is potentially a way to like avoid decking yourself if you're like struggling with ways to do that, but like instead of trying to find like that specific black uncommon to pair with that particular like uh rare and those commons, I would just put some 6 drops in your deck. All right. I think I'm gonna wrap it up there. So thanks everyone for listening. There's been some discussion recently in the Drafting Archetypes Discord channel about the use of Patreon polls to determine archetype topics, specifically suggestions that listeners, at least some listeners, generally prefer when I choose the topic and choose something that I have something to say about, rather than when I just like go with whatever a poll suggests and sometimes don't have a lot to say about it. Um, I think that moving forward, my ambition is going to be to figure out a few different uh, ideas that I have that I could talk about, and then to put up a poll between a smaller number of things that I'm confident I can make an interesting episode out of. Um, we'll see if that ends up being too ambitious. Basically, if I feel like there's one thing that's clearly a lot more interesting to talk about than other stuff, I might just do it. Um, so, still kind of figuring out the exact right approach to the polls and the pattern about what to talk about moving forward. So, uh, stay tuned. We'll see what happens on that front. Um, Thanks again, and I'll see you next week. Bye. All right, back to this sweet deck. Sorry, just a second. Yes, like all decks with Yenna, it just needed 3 blind mice to go infinite. All right, so we're currently 2-1 with this one, or 2-0 with this one. See if we can get the trophy. Would love to get the trophy with this. It's such a cool deck. Prediction for the match is live. It is a nice hand. I think I brave for a forest here. Like, I could just make a food, but then I can't cast the scavenger next turn anyway. I guess the advantage to making the food rather than braving is maybe I bargain the brave later. Oh, planes into brave to save the scry. Yeah, that might have been. A 5-card exit thing now? Sure. I should kill that, but I don't want to use my food to do it. Huh. I guess you don't need a thing to put this on to sack it. It's interesting. Okay. He's chill. Ah, I see. I'm playing against actual blue-white tap your stuff. Trying to decide if I want to torch my own guy here. I think no. I can always like kill the click, and if this comes down before they cast it, I'll draw a card from casting it. I don't have double blue. Cool, still attacking. Oh, I forgot about that, Sarah. This ruby card, apparently I just have no idea what it does. I really want my extra blue so I can get this journey down. Hey, that thing I was saying I wanted. Yeah, Daggerhawk. Oh, they can play the. Well, I learned something. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was letting them play the adventure again. Daggerhawk, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Congrats to Neo MTG and maybe on your gifted subs. Threadbound Click is incredible. Well, I don't draw from them killing it. I will draw when they play it from the adventure. Like all of these things give me cards now. Yep. Vantress Transmuter can wait. That's fine. I can't answer frequency since this is my first time playing it. I think it's reasonable to cast it for blue blue. That was kind of thinking curry rice, but against the tap down deck, it might be easier to just pump this thing, and then it can attack more reliably, and like they can't stun it on their main phase. So it's interesting that journeying adventure creatures of your opponent is generally just pretty bad because like they get to cast the adventure. Alex Minagessa, thanks for the follow. I should have used this for the mana. Opponent lives through the turn. Yeah, not playing. Yeah, it would be reasonable. I still have the land, but it's not going to untap, so. Yeah, Journey was great that game, even though I gave my opponent a free removal spell with it. I believe it tries to, Hopeful. I don't know how hard it tries. But I think that, like, in best of three, that's, like, the only thing it's pairing based on, so I imagine it usually does. This hand is, like, obviously not good at casting spells, but it's also pretty good at not dying. I hope I don't have to discard, but I didn't think I would get run over with this hand. Unfortunately, I am gonna have to discard. Personally, I'm not in the business of getting bent up about people taking plays that the client lets them take. It just seems least stressful that way. That was a good draw. I need lands. Not more cards I can't cast. And I'm good on the let my opponent spend mana on Threadbound click here. Brutal. That's too bad. Attaching plants has been around for a long time. And a lot of cards. Alright, fine. I think you need to find a way to sack this hatching plan. I guess I'd probably try to kill them. All right, we did it. We got the trophy with whatever this was. Oh yeah, Daggerhawk, thanks for the reminder. Uh, Not playing Huntsman's Redemption and Hilda's Crown of Winter seems unlikely to be correct to me. So the problem with this build is that it doesn't have any 2-drops. Which I guess is the argument for these two. I'm not excited about either of those cards, especially on a splash, but Conquest seems very matchup dependent. I think on average it's not going to serve you well enough here. Yeah, exactly. It pairs really poorly with Spectre in a very meaningful way. I guess this is kind of a 2-mana play. And there's theoretically a Transmuter. Conceited Witch is awkward when you don't have cheaper things to be doing the thing too. Theoretically equally blue and black-ish, a little bit more black. Certainly cause swamp. Need more forests. This is probably the right split. You want to be able to cast these Braves in Utopia Sprawl? That's how I'd build this one. A good Hawk. Give me a couple minutes here. I think I'm drafting again. I just need to look into some things. I'll be right back. Voder, thank you for the 29 months. Really appreciate it. All right, let's draft again. Predictions live. Dark SV, thanks for the follow. Cards that stand out to me here. I really want to try doing this thing at some point, but I don't think it's strong enough for first pick. Sherry's pretty good, even though I don't believe in the thing that she does. Just the card by itself is solid. Hopeful Vigil's great. End of list. It's really between Vigil and Sherry. I think it's really close between those two. Yeah, it's as good as ever to do this. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just take the Vigil. Cottage Champion. Don't think it's Johan over either of those. Don't think anything else is realistic. Can't pass Cottage is a reasonable claim. Fine. Fine, we'll house people. It's a house. Good argument. What on earth? I like everything Viper, honestly. Possibly all together. I have been playing a lot of Abzan. This is pretty interesting between the Shepherd and the Homeseeker. Which one? They're both perfect cards. Yeah, I get why you would want the Shepherd here. The Homeseeker seems more fun. The rails, we're going off. This is best of three. It would be reasonable to take Stopgap or Hamlet Glutton here. I think I might be Return to the Wilds here. Brave. Don't think I'm going to be an Uprising deck. I'm going to take Fell Horseman. Thanks, yeah. Think I want Oof here. Bargain Enabler, 2-drop, good sideboard card. Sure, why not? It's between Ice Out and Glory. Uh, very high. Oh well. I mean, Sorry, gingerbread hunter. Beans versus Vigil is a very interesting question here. Beans are gonna like draw cards pretty well, but Vigil gives me some like reasonable early game. Like I think I kind of like the free like blocking value more than I like some extra card draw later, which is kind of weird, but it's not Grasp. Grasp isn't in the conversation. Double white on 3 is not great, and like Vigil and Beanstalk are both fantastic. Um, I think I'm individual here. Like the fact that it's like good to sacrifice, good to pick up. I mean, like Beanstalk's also good to pick up, but like, if this one possible, I want Torch versus Celebrant is interesting. Cheap removal is very, very, very valuable. Lets me sack the Vigil to Scry. Good with Johan. Um, yeah, I kind of think I should Torch. Any of these decks sometimes don't have enough removal. Celebrant is a fun card. I think Knight of Sweet's Revenge is actually very good if you make a lot of food. Pretty hard to take Evolving Wilds over a dual land. Celebrant can bounce triplets, but you also probably just win if you cast triplets, so whatever. Dual lands in 5-color decks are not strictly better than Evolving Wilds, but like when I'm trying to get to triple green and double blue, a blue-green duel is very appealing. I think I want Stopgap here. When I have like the Vigils to sacrifice to it, I think it's better than a redundant Johan or like a cut in. This is weirdly late for this guy. So it's probably the hunter. Kind of think I like Grabby Giant here. Yeah, I want more adventures. Like, adventure creatures are very good with Johan. Um, Sure. Untyped civilian. Not even like a giant peasant or a giant citizen. Still have a whole nother pack. So now that I know that this thing counts adventure things, seems pretty reasonable. There's also Candy Grapple. Candy Grapple's probably better. I'm more red, but I don't know if it's enough to swing it. Like, I do want black anyway for the cottage, but I'm not, like, attached to the horseman. I think it is enough to swing it. My mana is, like, not perfect. Not a bad royal treatment deck. I don't think I'm a food fight deck. I don't really like this guy. Though I am a good deck for him, I guess. Kind of. Only kind of. Probably Scavenger. I think I like Scavenger over Treatment. It's weird though, because I do have a bunch of expensive guys that are worth protecting. I'll take Treatment. Hatching Plans. Sorry, Champion. I have a lot of fives, and my deck's great for hatching plans. I think it's Stopgap now that I have hatching plans because I want more bargain. Bimson, thanks for the follow. Firebolt or Shepherd. I think I'm just into Firebolts. As Lich Knight's Conquest, pretty difficult. Think I like Vigil over Hearth Elemental. I am not getting fixing. It's true and problematic. I wonder if I'm supposed to take the Hearth Elemental and potentially not play white. Actually, now that I look at it. This thing's very good if I do play white. I think I like that more than like Quick Study or Lectern. Is sad to drop Expel and Restless Cottage. I can board into white. This helps with the lack of 2-drops from losing white. And because of gruff is a reasonable argument. Yeah, and this is a fantastic Johann deck. They just all have adventures. Lectern is definitely not great. It's possible that I'm supposed to cut Recruiter without white. Like if I actually play no white sources. If I had like a free white source somewhere, I would play it. Giants, fair, fair. I meant one that I don't need to like dedicate my one treasure to. Like if I had a grotto or something. No, this deck really hates missing a land drop. I'm not gonna run out of stuff to spend mana on. Yeah, that's what I was looking at with the commune. I mean, it's 13 creatures, but I at least want to do the math on it before playing it. $39 cards, 13 creatures, 5 cards, choose one. Ugh, missing 12% of the time off it. You're saying because I have to have a forest to cast this? Or to cast that. I don't think that's the right way to do it because like each of the forests are interchangeable. Like certainly, if you need it, if it costs 6 mana, I wouldn't want to go like, oh, -6 because I definitely have those 6 lands because like I only have those 6 lands if I've drawn a bunch of other stuff. Basically, Gettys. Like I was certainly looking for that stuff. It just didn't come up. I took this over an Evolving Wilds. I don't think I passed any other of those things unless there was like a literal bomb that made me not notice it. Like I took the Brave and the return that I saw. Like I can't tell you for sure that there wasn't like a Prism in the Gruff Triplets pack or whatever, but it's not like I don't value fixing. I'm trying to figure out how to tilt the mana here is pretty weird. Like, I have 2 more blue than red, and like this blue is arguably fixing-ish. These cantrip. On the other hand, like, I have important early defense that's in red, and Grabby Giant's fixing. I need at least 8 green. I'd kind of like a 9th. So basically I'm wondering if I should cut an island for either a forest or a mountain from here. More reasons that I'm wildly uninterested in cutting a land. I just need lands for sources. I only have 6 red sources currently. 5, 6, 7, 8 blue. 8 blue, 8 green. But I don't have that. Like, there's this awkward splashing for fix thing going on where green's my latest color. +1 mountain, -1 island. +1 island, -1 forest. Yep, those are the things I'm thinking about. But also the heart is like good fixing from blue. I think I'm going to leave it like this. It's going to be a little bit bad regardless. It's possible I'm supposed to play 18 lands with 2 things that find lands, but that's a tough pill to swallow. Match predictions live. Big Ogre, thanks for the follow. We'll try again. Somewhere in there, Spastic. It's a reasonable question, Morgalad. Yeah, sure. Use your whatever it is. Maybe a gingerbread hunter. That's better. My thing is dead. Goodbye, thing. Apparently, I should have left red up. And kill their roll. very important. Yeah, hand's a little red choked at the moment. Don't worry though, I can make a treasure. Oh, I should have killed their cookie. Muted. I don't believe so. Oh wow, I didn't even think about the fact that I could sack one of these at instant speed to grow the others. That's kind of sick. Oh, wow, I totally should have just eaten this. Alright, this play was bad compared to what I could have done. Whatever you can gain your life. There are my mountains. Ooh, with this can give me a thing to cast right away. That's sweet. Could kill my own triplet to make this a 12/12. I don't think it's worth it. They don't have an enchantment, so this isn't even going to scry. Yeah, I get it, especially with the two-headed, because then this thing is just attacking for lethal, but whatever. That's annoying. Yeah, well, I'm glad I didn't have a 12/12 here. I think we might be able to find a different lethal. Oh, that's how that works. Yeah, it makes sense that that's how it works. It wasn't good for me. I didn't do any math. It's possible this was horrible. All right. In the future, I will attempt to refrain from unnecessarily discarding my entire hand. Oh man, look at this hand I could discard. Well, I don't know how many shots I get. Keeping this to hedge in case I draw red and not blue. Alright, if playing this for no value made them play this for no value, I'm happy with that exchange. Let me see. Alright, deck, I know my mana shouldn't work, but little help anyway? Oh no, we need it. Alright, alright. Not yet. I did put in one more mountain during sideboarding. Playing to my outs of draw a mountain, so this can trade here and this can be bigger than that. Didn't get there. I guess I'll keep playing. No, I am not interested in playing anymore. All right. Cut this for land, I think. I think that's where I am at. $20 mana sources, why not? Sure. I got my colors. What more can I really ask for? Yeah, get at it, little guy. Pack 2 or 3? Pack 2? I wanted the third forest for triplets. Might be wrong. Can't bounce this guy because of they can just use it and do it in response. Bouncing and slamming the giant. Well, they have cooped up that I know about, so playing the giant while cooped up's in their hand seems pretty bad. My hand is very awkward right at this exact moment. I can't really bounce anything here. And I want to save the transmuter for the puff. Now the problem is that puff is still like I can't get hit by it because of cookie. So like these kind of need to trade, and I can't trade because this is dead. So now they get to like make more cookies. Pretty sure I need to kill the cookie. Stopgap does hit non-creatures. What non-creature are you interested in hitting? I don't believe I had a window while they were tapped out. That's horrible. I mean, in the deck's defense, I did fill it with lands. That's just a choice that I made. They didn't want to send it on an adventure to kill hatching plans? That's too bad. Alright, note to self. If you're going to draft a lot of colors, you need to actually find some fixing in the draft. I'll be right back. GG Thunder Bay. And thanks for the follow, May joke. Thunder Bay, I don't know. The reason, I mean, my deck has some strong cards, but it also is very prone to losing in exactly that fashion. Like, my mana is just bad. I didn't see fixing in the draft. So I'm just gonna have games like that. I cited that thing out for another red source. And then I just have like too much mana in my deck. Does the Scarecrow count as fixing? Sure. Yeah, I think there might have been one of those that I should have taken. Yeah, Shia, I think I would probably do that. I don't know if it's right. It's possible that this deck just isn't supposed to play green despite the triplets and the fixing, with the idea being that white gives me vigils that scry, but like I think this deck is worse. I lose my dual land. This is probably worse. Double pips on a splash. Yes, I'm gonna play my Wrath if I'm playing white cards. My mana's bad, but like the way to fix it isn't to cut your Wrath from your control deck. Outside of triplets, the green cards I'm losing are not good. Embruski, thank you so much for the 6 months. Really appreciate it. I guess I probably play this just because I have these token guys. Maybe? I don't know. It's pretty bad. Those are my only tokens, and it's not like I have celebrants to make more of them or anything. Let's see, they're satyrs, which have like goat legs, and they're all going to be the same thing. Bad is straight blue red. It's an interesting question. Recruiter does make tokens if you have some white mana, if that's true. I guess I have functional mana and enough cards if I'm straight blue red. I mean, Billy Goat's Gruff presumably are the thing that they're a reference to. Is Jack in the fairy tale? Probably not. So the thing is, like, I kind of want white for Imidane's Recruiter, Okay, so what if from here I'm going to try this. Predictions live. I assume you mean so. If you kill a token, regardless of whether it's yours, you will draw one card. When you kill a token, you will draw a card. It does not matter if it's your token or their token. If you kill an enchantment that's theirs, you will draw one card. If you kill a token that's a token enchantment that's theirs, you'll draw one card. If you kill a token that is yours, again, one card. One card. 1 is the number. Lot of different possible permutations. The number is 1. Okay. I guess this worked. Oh wow, it worked really well. Cat was on fire is an unlikely explanation, but sure, why not? Predictions live. Nice mage. Who dat? They appear to have frozen my living lectern. I was just thinking they should attack. I'm never blocking there. Like, it's just a face up rat out at that point. I don't want to sacrifice this into a bunch of open mana. I guess I don't really mind bouncing their thing. I'll just start by attacking. Okay. Here's this. It's so bad if they have an answer, Wonk. No, I lose my target. Recruiter's a bit messed up. Well, if they still have Spell Stutter as their last card, then they're not dead to this. They're like losing because they'd be at like, one with the Dark Tutelage and no board. In fact, I don't even know if I'm supposed to go for the double strike because like they could also have like grapple and then kill whatever I try to double strike, and like putting them to one is probably the same thing as winning. I don't know what they're thinking about. You're dead. We have another game though, so like click something. Oh, that's who this is. Kellen. It's Kellen. It'd be pretty weird if I get back to back, win one game, win the match in best of three, but I suppose it's possible. Upcoming Open Ocelot. That's Ferrari. One game match is generous. Okay. Weird draft. That's really speed running best of three. Great games. Uh-huh. Best of three is like pretty busted when I get best of three and my opponents only get best of one. Um, all right, I think I have another draft in me. I'm not sure how many matches, but we'll draft again. Predictions live. Uh, I don't even know what archetypes you consider to exist, Nimrod. Uh, I think that thinking of this set by color combinations is largely a mistake. I don't like this pack very much. Might just be Feed the Cauldron. Emancipation playable question mark. Is that the triple damage thing? I defeated the triple damage thing very easily the one time I played against it. Off spell stutter. Yeah, I'm certainly low on it. Ooh. I'm pretty sure Vanity has better stats than Nightmares. There's also Into the Fey Court. These both kill small things. This is interesting. Yeah, Vanity definitely has better stats. Vanity's stats are better in best of one than best of three, because like curving out is more what's up in best of one. So like if the games are slower in best of three, the hard removal might be more valuable. But Vanity does a lot of stuff for you. I think I like Vanity, but I think it's close. Is Griffinary ever playable? Yes, I have played it some. This is between Dream Thief, Alchemist, and Conceited Witch. I think Dream Thief might actually be solid. I'm going to try Dream Thief here. Could also take Crystal Grotto, honestly. Oh, yeah, I don't really want to move into like a green card here. Vanguard's probably the best card in the pack, but I think I like sticking with a blue or black card here. Oh, we're calling this a bear. Got it, even though it's a giant warrior. I was wondering before when someone mentioned a bear. Lookout's a bit tempting, but I'm just going to take another feed. It's a giant and a bear. The bear gets one card and the giant gets the other card. That's cool. Vampiric Rites is fun. Do I think I can make Vampiric Rites work from here? Maybe, but I think I like Stopgap more. I'm very good at making objects to bargain with at the moment. Nightmare. This is between Monstrosity and Light Blades. I'll take Monstrosity. Black feels pretty open. I think because it's best of three, like I might find something to do with this, and I don't like the rest of the cards. I could end up with fairies for Ego Drain. Wow, that's late Fate Court. That's big, especially with like so much cheap removal. It's like exactly what I want. I wouldn't mind both of these, but you need the Fate Court first. There, now I have both of them. Okay, the back of this pack was fantastic for me. My colors are wide open. Should go well. I don't know. Ooh, I even get a free Vampiric Rites for fun factor. I'm good with the phase. Cool, cool. This is between Naughty and Prism. And given that my colors feel open, I'm just going to take the naughty. It might let me play these ego drains if I get like some more of them or whatever. Oh, Restless Cottage is very tempting here. The black like all the common creatures in my colors are like fine, but I'm gonna take Cottage. Probably taking my Nightmares here. Hatching Plan's easy. Need to pick up some more bargain stuff, but there are plenty of ways to do that. Could take back for seconds or ice out. I think I prefer ice out here. I don't really have enough creatures to be excited about back for seconds. And this is more just like, I have a lot of kill your little stuff, so this answers big stuff and gives me another bargain card. I'm not a big Dream Spoilers fan. I think I'm going to take Grim Search here for more bargaining. Also, like, I already have like a decent amount of food to offset the life loss. And like a lot of removal so that, happy to get extra card draw. Yeah. Like Dream Spoiler Witches was not an especially good common in Lorwyn, and I think it was quite a bit better supported. Like creatures were smaller then, so there were like much better things to kill with it, and I think it might have had like better support in general, or at least very similar. It's not great. Yeah, exactly. That's literally the one I had in mind, though. Also, like the 2/1 elf and stuff, and like most of the flamekin, the smoke braider. Lot of good hits. Oh, pranksters is perfect. So I know some people like Curiosity in this kind of deck. Mocking Sprite, I kind of want to take as a sideboard card. I don't think I'm good at getting the first point for Stingblade. Kind of want Fell Horseman here. Lets me get back Prodigy, if nothing else. I'm most likely not a Vampiric Rites deck. Might have said that already. Still true. Hello. I don't know. Maybe I'll be desperate for enchantment removal for some reason. Though these last pick Fey courts are fantastic. Like, not literal last pick, but like free. Is it bad to just take Spellbook Vendor here? Like, I don't think I'm going to play it, but maybe I'll first duel. Yeah, if I get like a couple of candy grapples in this pack, I could first duel. Rat, I don't care about that rat. That rat is not a control card. Now this is interesting. Because I have the cottage, so like I could Hunter, or I could just take another Naughty or Ice Out or Wilds. Deaf Hunter. Alright, I'll Hunter. It's a little optimistic, but I'm down. So, I don't think these random fairies are very impressive. Like, I think I'd rather Screen Puff. But I think it's just another fake court, honestly. My top end is poor. Like you think I'm just gonna like you think I just don't have enough business, so you'd take Screen Puff here? Yeah, the court wheeling is a reasonable point given what happened with the other ones. All right, fine. I'm in for Screen Puff. Uh, Probably Sweet Tooth Witch. Oh man, I was so happy about this grotto, but I can't pass a Tome Seeker here. Yeah, but I'm not fairies. Like that's just if you think that I'm fairies because I'm drafting blue black, like that's just literally not what's happening. So the problem, like, I think that Mocking Sprite is great if it's in play, but like having more fake horts doesn't like decrease the number of red outs and flicka coins in my opponent's deck. And so like if I had, Mocking Sprites, I would certainly board them in against people who don't have that stuff, but I'm just afraid of how much of a liability 3 mana for 1 toughness is. Evolving Wilds is actually pretty big here with the 2 hunters in the cottage. I did not table the Fey Court, but that's okay. I don't really want more 5 drops. I don't think I'm going to have enough fairies to consider Ego Drain. Yeah, I think that guy's really bad. I have not been impressed by curse rolls and have plenty of other ways to sack hatching plans. Like one other fairy for this Baronati. I guess the end of the Fey Courts, but I mean, it's not like your only options for ways to bargain are Diminisher Witch and Tome Seeker. Stack would kill for a grapple. I don't know about this second forest. I wouldn't say I'm inclined to play it. No, I need Grim Search. I don't have enough bargain for my hatching plans without it. Kind of like one forest and finding a way to get Candy Trail in. Yeah, I have a nice out. I don't really like spell stutter if I'm playing long games. Little Bullet, thanks for the follow. Oh, I guess I have the Prankster. That's an argument for Naughty. I like the Horseman. Maybe Monstrosity does go. Yeah, I think I like the Dream Thief, or at least I want to try the Dream Thief. It's a hit for Prankster. It gives Naughty lifelink. It, gives card draw from the graveyard. I think my creatures are good enough that I like the Horseman a good amount. But I don't know. I can see it not being good because I have so much card draw. And like I don't really run out of stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm down to cut Horseman for Candy Grapple. Or not Candy Grapple, Candy Trail. Got the Witch. I like the Witch. Object advantage. And it's a 3-drop. And then that makes me feel better about cutting this. And then is it a blue or a black? Probably blue, more double blue. I don't want a 6/5 drop. Pretty sure this was 5+ instance, but I didn't actually count. Let's see. Grim Search, Counterspell, 4-mana removal spell, 2 of the 3-mana removal spell. That's enough by itself. Prediction for the match is live. How do I like Living Lectern? Borderline playable. Yeah, we can do better than this. This is better, for example. Kind of think I just dropped the Nightmare here. I guess the Scry is potentially pretty valuable. I guess this is like all removal for little stuff. Okay. This card is generally not very good on a mulligan and like worse on the play, but That helps. Great, now I don't want to sack this. Hold on. Maybe I just bounced the nightmare. I don't even know if this is productive. They might. Oh, wow, they got really punished for discarding that plains to the first nightmare. I think I've had my fun. Should I add one more mana so I could do both of these things? I guess I could pass. Yeah, I like pass, I suppose. You got it. My alchemist has been defeated. A normal person might cast Gingerbread Hunter here. It's like I'm kind of beating down enough that it makes sense to play this thing, but also I have Into the Fey Court in my graveyard. I have another way to get it back, but I don't know how many times I'm going to want to do it. Yeah, whatever. Scream Puff's dead. Come on, opponent. We're way past that. Creator Oromancy? Okay. I guess giving their enchanted creatures Shroud is kind of cool. I want to stop taking damage, so I want to be able to double block Neva. I don't want them to kill one of my tokens and then be able to hit me with the assassin. I'm not losing if the game lasts a couple more turns, so I was just playing defensively there. Alright, they have attained unbeatable Neva loop. Yep, I found a way to beat the unbeatable Neva loop. I think the turn after I didn't attack with the 1 token. I should have attacked with the 1 more token. I was kind of beyond caring about my opponent's life total at that point, though. I think I might end up discarding some cards this game, but I'm going to keep. Love that definition of everything. All right. Well, they have an aggressive start with keep guard. Oh, it actually is an aggressive keep guard. Tempted to candy trail. I guess it's really good that this is an instant. Gives me a chance to use some of the absurd number of cards I draw. Sleepy Keepy is a good name for that guy. Like I said, we're going to be discarding some lands. Put up to 2 of them in my lot. Wait. Oh, right. I have to mill some of this. That's too bad. I guess I keep this for sure. And it's definitely not this. What do I think of Beanstalk and EDH? Let's see, EDH, play whatever cards you like. Discard a card. It's not too many cards. Not sure we have that kind of time. Seems like you think the opponent's actually killing us, which is not really what's going on. You thought they were going to be more aggressive? Well, they were stuck on two lands with 1 color, and their creatures sucked. Predictions live. Look, I liked the card. Like, I really wanted it to be good. It like does a really good job of scrying. It's easy to have a lot of enchantments. Um, but it's an X one that's not good. That's not particularly good early. So Scott's and like you're not really looking for that kind of mana sink in this format. Tabby, I've actually been okay with. I know it has bad stats, but it's done all right by me. Tabby is fine. I exactly agree. I'm sorry, Fake Court. I trust that I will find a suitable replacement. Yeah, I mean, like it's just there's not another way to like word the card, basically, right? Like if you're playing in paper, you physically have to put them back in some order. I guess you don't because they're going straight to your hand, but you do because of nurse it or whatever. I really don't like that you have to mill two of the cards when you bargain it. That does sound like a very good tabby deck. Get him, Vanity. Hmm. Truly tragic. Now they get to hit me with a double striking 3-power creature. Oh no, and they have an adventure guy. I take a million here? I don't love taking a million. Yes, I'm sure. I kind of want this thing to be around to put a roll on. So get in there. I'll do the blocking. Cool. So I'm definitely going to 1. I think I'm also losing a food. And I really want this forest. I think I keep Forest Hunter. I think this is Hunter Pass. Really wish I had 1 more mana. Um, there might literally not be one, but it kind of like looks like there's one. I think the fact that it looks like there's one to my opponent. Right, but the idea is like if they have a removal spell and then I have to counter the removal spell, I lose anyway. So it's like theoretically better if this is dead and I have a blocker because I'm not beating the removal spell. Right. No, it's all optics. I'm not actually sure the optics are worth nothing. Endless potential. Think I bargain away a food here. To have the mana to sack the Candy Trail. Like, life now is more important than life later, and it gives me a card. Candy Trail's a really sweet card. Okay. Do I make the I'm very stupid attack with this fairy? I think not this turn. That's more of like a next turn kind of play. Privy B, thank you so much for the 22 months. Really appreciate it. It's true what you say about 1 and 0. They are different. But the game objects are all different. I have more double blue spells than double black spells. Like, I have Ice Out and 2 Fake Courts versus 1 4-mana removal spell. And, like, I'm going to be mulliganing a lot of hands that don't have 1 of each. So then it's about the second. Dries, thanks for the follow. I love marginal value of game objects. I don't love this hand, though. I'm gonna try it. I have the Dream Thief. And the Dream. Get rid of the Scream. See what happens. Two is more than one. Look out, scary. I guess it's the better blocker. This was the wrong thing to block. Maybe. No, well, it's weird. I guess this way they still have a 2 toughness creature for my hunter. There's land 3. This lets me sack this, but it really needs to have a spell in the graveyard for that to be a thing. I think we're on Dream Thief and this guy. Yeah, lands are pretty good still. I like most mushrooms. Mushrooms are cool. Oh, I also like legalization. Like actually happening now? And what do you mean by now? And I guess now probably means now. Legalizing them is the part that has a question. That's true. I do not like California. Decriminalize possession. That's very different than legalizing. Don't like my spot. I get to draw cards off this. I'm not winning this game. Put it on the elemental. This guy deserves it. I might need a monstrosity here. Maybe over the nightmare. New dad, old gamer. Thanks for the follow. Drop fake court. I could see a screen pup over a fake court. Oh, you want first duel? Just like, because the Curse lines up well against big green bodies. Lines up really bad against, like, they're more about like rolls. Yeah, I agree that that's true. But like most of the early stuff is still just like 2/2s that then get bigger. Maybe I'm supposed to cut the other Fey court. Feels weird to be Fey courtless. Jim Jams, thanks for the follow. Cruel account's doing well this set. Yeah, that makes sense. This is a good set for Gruul. I really don't want more lands, but I really don't want to give up on the dream of animating a cottage. This is the only card in my deck that lets me do it, but I think I'm off it. Two, three Prodigy time. Well, I'm glad Fey Court's in my deck. Teamer Adventures finished as Jess Guy and went 2-1, winning 2 one-game matches where my opponents left after the first game. Hey, Barker. All right, prediction for the last match is live. We have a blue black trophy in the works? I will still usually be doing best of one, but yeah, practicing for the Arena Open, theoretically, I suppose. Yeah, plans laid. This deck's not the best at realizing those plans, but let's get some scry going. Huh. Bottom, bottom. Greg Hatch still play Magic? I assume so, as of pretty recently at least. That was a good draw. Get them, elementals. That's why they didn't block. Opponent has no fear. Well, you've joined in time to catch some games, Borger. Oh man, Borger. I'll give it a maybe. Uh, this is mostly an exception, David. All right, Borger, I'm listening. You're disturbingly close to correct, Athens. Oh no, my food's great. Oh, they have a food. I should really pay attention to such things. Yeah, anyway. I do like gift subs. Which activate was lethal? This thing is. Oh. Oh, you don't need to, like, tap this or anything. Huh. Alright. What are we doing here? Is this spot where I need monstrosity for X3s? Their X3s have trample. And they're like going big, right? They have like Mana Guy, Beanstalk. and they have a ground seal for some reason. Feels like, I mean, Screen Puff is definitely good against red green. I know Geddes wants me to play the first duel. I certainly don't want Fell Horseman against a ground seal deck. All right, Borger. I'm sold. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. Congrats to Fantastic, Mr. Fancy Pants, Sin Plague, The Truth 369, Lemon Poppy, Last Mohegan, Lonely Swineherd, Danny Smith, Scrander, and Brandon Nelson on your gifted subs. What am I cutting for this puff? I don't really want it to be a fake court because it seems like they're going kind of big and we might just kind of like try to out big each other. So I guess I cut like small ball stuff, maybe like the Dream Thief. And then if I cut the Dream Thief, I'm like meh on the Prankster. I could cut the Prankster for, I guess Spellstutter is pretty good if they're just like casting expensive things. Silent MBB, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Where I come from, we thank people for bribes, Borger. I wouldn't want to imply that I don't like bribes. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say I came from Wisconsin in that kind of sense. Born in New York, grew up near Chicago. We'd be in trouble if this were modern. This deck would not fare well against modern decks. I gave it a little bit of thought, and that's just true. I think I'm down for both of these. Yeah, nah. Trying to think about whether I want to stopgap sacking hatching plans, bouncing candy trail. I think no. Oh, I'm certainly of the belief that Chicago perfected pizza. My graveyard! My Candy Trail and Sweet Tooth Witch! Opponent has multiple anti-graveyard cards. You're watching it, Borger. So speaking of Beanstalk versus Greasefang, like Beanstalk's got to be pretty great in Enigmatic Incarnation, right? That's a good card. Right, it would be without Kruga, of course. Are we fighting? Nah. Okay. Double beans. I guess I should sack one of these. I don't know what else I'm doing with them. All right. So here's where we're at. First of all, trophy hype. The Sweet Tooth Switch was not only killed but exiled at that point. It traded early. Did I ever activate Restless Cottage? I actually did not, but I did tap it for green mana. Okay, so in order to satisfy both Sin Plague and Borger, I'm going to take a quick break to reheat some leftovers, and then I'm going to draft again. Be right back. Hickey. Predictions live. That was what the podcast was about. I also happen to have been drafting them a lot because I think they're very good, but I'm not like committed to forcing them or anything. This pack is ridiculous. Crown is great. Familiar, Cookie, Fae, Stopgap. But I haven't played with Crown yet, and I think it's awesome. I also haven't really played against it, so I'd like to just see it in some games. Um, Probably just familiar here. Hmm, I think I like the Gatekeeper. Basically, not Young Chunk like a tiny bit, but I, I I don't care very much, especially since I'm like really flexible about how I like put colors together in this format. I'm gonna take Princess Takes Flight. I might accidentally end up in a blue-white deck with some tap synergies. Accidentally, as in like I didn't take Crown with the plan to do that. Someday I might put Food Fight in a deck. Crown is great with what's her name. Yeah, but also Hilda. Come on, Stockpile Celebrants. Hmm. I'll just take sleight of hand here. I mean, if the vigils are getting patched, that means the celebrants will too, right? Right? MTG Zero Beast, thanks for the follow. I think I just take Grotto. Imagine looking at a blue-white deck in this format with very few cards known and saying it looks good. I think it looks good. I'm just saying blue-white doesn't do well in general. But I think I've cracked it. Any consideration for Ash? Not my speed. Wouldn't be unreasonable. Which to sack the vigils. I hope to find better ways to do that. This format's getting a bad rap. Most people I've talked to are really liking it. We must run in different circles. Let's go! Darth Redyard, thanks for the follow. Does that qualify as late? It most certainly does. Um, I'm actually going to take the dual land here because I have the Frolicking Familiar, and I think these lands are great. Crown stats are surprisingly low. Don't care. I mean, it's interesting, and I'm glad that you told me, but it's not going to change anything from how I draft. Um, I'm like pretty tempted by this Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, sure. I'm not a Knight of Doves believer. Wouldn't Coven be better if I were looking to take a black card? Nope. Hopeless Nightmare is very good with stockpiling Celebrant. I can dig it. Journey? Yeah, Journey's good. It was late cookie, but I'm not exactly unhappy with the cards I've been seeing. Yeah, Threadbind is busted. Sorry, Light Blades. Sorry, Into Fake Court. Sorry, Blind Obedience. This deck is really begging for Stockpile Celebrants. Don't like the Sage or the O4. This Sage? No, I don't really like either of those cards. Um, Debating between Knight and Sleight. I'm gonna get Sleight of Hand. My good cards are so good, I just want to find them. This might be the first cooped up I've played this format. Um, I guess Armory Mice are potentially pretty good in this deck. I don't like cooped up. That's true. I mean, I think it's better than it usually is. I just never like that kind of card. Huh. Easy Glory, actually. I'll take the gems. I don't care about moats. This card's like not the worst. Oh, can I? All right, hold up. Hold up. Pick up 2 things with Celebrants, make 2 bodies with Vigil. Pretty good with this guy. I mean, this guy is theoretically what I should take, I think, but I guess it does work with Journey. Um, how do you make 2 bodies with Vigil? If a permanent entering the battlefield would trigger it again? um, Sorcery Bounce, and then we get little dude. Sure, whatever. I'll take it. Seems like it's probably Bitter Chill. Apologies to Grapple. Not very excited about any of these. Almost want Return Triumphant just to get back Celebrants. I want Stopgap over Grasp of Fate because of wanting to sack Hatching Plans. Parachute, thanks for the follow. Grasp doubles with Virtue. That's true and sweet. But anyway. Spellstutter is pretty good. Me. All right, let's get an Evolving Wilds for both fixing and ramping with Virtue. So many stop gaps. I'm gonna bounce the Princess Takes Flight so many times. Bulls of Porridge seems pretty slow, but it's like not the worst ever. Light Blades. Man, I really want Light Blades, but like another Evolving Wilds. This deck kind of needs a, but I have so many playables, so I don't know. That one was tough. Yeah, so many playables was the deciding factor. I could see like any of these. I'm gonna take this for the sideboard. Is it this for when I'm on the draw? Wow, last pick, quick study. All right. Unfortunately, um, with this deck being great and all, I would love to play some games, but I literally have people outside waiting for me, like right outside of my apartment, waiting to come in and game. So I think it would be rude to keep them waiting. Um, so thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thanks again for the gifted subs, Borger. And I guess I can try to build this deck real quick. That feels like. I think I probably just dropped the sleight of hands. And both sleight of hands. And maybe this like charmed dude. But maybe I actually need the body. Try to win some games. I don't know. I don't. Mice are a bit of a liability. And then it's between quick study and clothier without any of the like fake courts. I think I want the card draw. So roughly this. Might tweak the mana later. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Tomorrow I will be back, but I think I might spend tomorrow playing Modern on Magic Online. They're doing some weird thing where they're giving like free all access to all the cards to everyone. And so like that's a cool thing for them to be doing. So promoting that seems good, and it would let me try a bunch of Modern ideas, which could be fun. So I might actually not be streaming limited tomorrow, but I also might be streaming a lot tomorrow and doing that. I think that's what's going to happen. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the stream today. We're at just under 7 hours. And yeah, see you tomorrow for some Modern. Night, everyone.